Hello everybody, and happy Friday. I'm just playing a little Dreadmarsh 3 while I wait for the event to show up on the side so that I can get into it. So how has your week been? How's everybody doing? Alright, let's see here. Well, no purple stars that time, sadly. I have been struggling with the desire to delete a bunch of my dragons in my camp. But I've got so many level 10s of some of them that it almost makes sense to do it. Problems of having too much dragon power, you know? Alright. So yeah, I know, that's a weird thing to say, that I've thought about deleting dragons, but I've done it before. Not because I'm mad at the game or anything right now, but just, I have so many dragons. There we go. It's coming up now. Let's get this done. Now, I did farm stars as usual, and I have a whole bunch of them ready to go for myself. Oh, here's the bingo card that... Hey, I've got spending gems on here twice. Well, that'll happen easily enough. Huh. Well, we'll see. The only thing that I'd really want are the season decision eggs at this point in time. The blue trees there don't do anything different. Alright, let's have a look around. It's a very square map. We've seen this once before. This particular event. Alright, let's open that first key. Merge those eggs. A bunch of these that are blank. Alright. Now we've got a sprout key over here. And we'll bring that over. Alright, let's heal that so when I get a sprout I can just open that on up. Oh, there is a sprout there. Alright. Merge those out. Merge those out. Get a 5 merge of these pens. Do. 5 merge there. So, as usual, I'm only playing for points. Interesting that it's telling us now where it's sending things to. Okay. There we go. That's 2 more pink flowers. We'll grab that freebie. And since I have the option to watch, I'm gonna watch. You don't need to watch it with me, though, because you'll have your own. Alright. Let's wait for this ad to get over. It's counting down slowly but surely. 4, 3, 2, 1. Skip through that. And bring it back. Get that X tapped and open that back up to the full size. So how's everybody doing today? And good luck with the events that you're playing on whatever game you're playing them on. Alright, we'll bring that up this way. That's another sprout. Bring that pink flower down. Let's see what was in that silver. That's a fairly chunky sized point item. Pop that one open as well. Those are nice too. We'll merge those up, and that's 2 blue flowers. They harvest a little bit faster, so they're always kind of grand to have. I can watch another one. All right. You don't need to see that while I'm seeing it. You'll have your own if you get the option to watch them for the capsules. Alright, come on. It's so slow with these, though. That's the only downside about it, is some of them are really, really slow. Still giving us something free, right? It's almost done. There we go. There we go. All right, so that's the second one of those. Now, I'm sorely tempted to get the gold capsule. But I'll wait on that decision just a bit. Bring that over. Bring these up here and get a 5 merge there. Get those. Well, we'll get that floating seed that's grounded. And I can bring these over here and get that 5 merge of the ink pots. Merge those up, and there's 2 more of the brushes. Merge those up. I've got the shop now. All right, let's go ahead and get some prism flowers. You can do prism flower method with just 1. But I like to merge them up, and I like to have 2. That way my dragons don't have to fight so much over getting on the same flower. I don't have to drag and drop as much as just double tap. And there's... The reason I merge them up is because the second in each set for what the orb is it produces harvests a little bit faster. Same with flowers. That's why the blue flower is preferable to the pink flower, because it harvests just a little bit faster. So there we go with those. Now on that token, if I were to merge them up again, then they would produce the blue, the light blue level 3 orbs. But these purple orbs themselves are very nice. All right. Let's see. I'm just busting my way across here right now. I kind of want to get over on that right-hand side of the map. And we'll bring these over. That gets me that extender. And there's an egg. Five merge there. That's a pink flower that can come over here. All right. Bring that over. Bring some of these stones over and get a 5 merge there. And 5 merge those orbs. Merge those. 5 merge there. That's 2 more pink flowers. Bring these ruby grass over. 5 merge there. I'll hold that thought for the moment, because I can bring these up here. We got some bluegrass. Do I have more bluegrass? Yes, I do. All right. Bring that over. That up. And we'll bring these over. Bring these over. That's 2 more blue flowers. Merge those. Bones can come over this way. Let's see here. Bring these up this way. Open that on up. And we'll 5 merge those as well. That's 2 more blue flowers. That's 2 glowing flowers. Alright, let's see here. Bring that essence up and that essence up. And let's get these sprouts in here. And we'll bring that stone over here onto the right. Just clean some of this stuff out. How you doing? Happy Friday. Alright, so working my way across here. Let's see here. Let's see what was in this bronze capsule. There we go. Okay, that's good stuff. Oh, thank you for the pink flower dragon. Bring these over here. That's 2 more blue flowers. Merge for a portrait sketch, and we're gonna put that down there. Bring this stone over here. 5 merge there. And these bricks can come down here. Bring those up. And that'll give me a 5 merge. Merge those. And those. Bring these sprouts over and merge there. That would be a 6. Oh, I'm doing it even though it hurts me a little bit to do it that way. But it still is more savings overall. I'm just gonna suck it up and do it. Like I just did. Alright, merge those. Merge those. Bring that over here. And that gives me 2 more glowing with those there. Get rid of that dimensional jar. Alright. Hey, Mighty Gamer, how you doing too? Alright, let's see here. You've got these ink pots. 1, 2. I'll bring this over here. 3. And we'll merge that. Merge those up. Get that back over here. Let's see. There's another inkwell. And that one, 5 merge there. Open that silver up, and yes, 5 merge there. Five merge there. Five merge the 3s. 5 merge these 4s. All right. Okay, that's an essence. That's an essence. There's a second egg there and a third one there. Yeah, we'll bring this over here and actually do the heal over here. Bring you over here. Yeah, we didn't heal you out. Okay. Well. There we go. Get rid of that dimensional jar. That's another blue. That's another blue. Bring that ink pen over, that one over, and 5 merge there. Essence. And another essence. Bring that one up there. Let's see. Bring that bone over too and merge those out and then these out. Just stop with trying to sell me the pass. I'm not into it today. At least not yet. There we go. 5 merge those. Bring that down here. Bring these up. All right, let's see here. Merge those. I want to get to that egg though, so we're gonna merge those and bring this over here. If I've merged these Tanzanite grass. I've merged those sprouts. I've merged there. And bring these two blue flowers up. I've merged there. Two more glowing flowers. Excellent. Get rid of that. Let's see if we can get over to this egg now. There's bluegrasses. Green ones. One of those, and bring these up here. I've merged those bottles or potions. I've merged those, and that's my first two twin flowers. Let's bring this star over here. Tap stuff out of that. Okay. Merge those on up. Alright, let's get one of those out. Hey Cheryl, how's it going? Happy Friday. It's going alright here. Ooh, it's warm there. Yeah, I feel you. I feel that. Merge those and those, and that's another one of these. Let's get that down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There's two more pink flowers. Let's see. There's a green. There's a green. Whoops, that was clumsy, but that's okay. Not the end of the world. I need to get those 2 eggs out. I merge those. Gonna bring one of these over here. There we go. Pink flower. 5 merge there. Get rid of that dimensional jar. There's 2 more blue flowers. Bring this down here. All right. Let's... Pink flowers there. Some ruby grass. Do, do, do. We'll merge these up and get that out of there. Merge those, and that's 2 saplings. They can start sprouting stuff for me just like this one is. All right, let's see. There we go. I've got 2 of the ruby grass there. We're getting there. Hey, Jody, how's it going? Ooh, man, 108. So there are a couple of events coming up. The 24th through the 27th, there's going to be the Zen Dragon event, and the 27th through the 30th is going to be a cake party. So that's a couple of the events that are coming up for Merge Dragons. Glad to hear you're doing good. All right, let's... These guys are being very heavy-handed with giving me leaves rather than orbs. Not going to complain. I say these guys, there's only one of them so far. I would kind of like to get the next one. I'm going to pop this wondrous orb over here and hopefully get that. There we go. Okay. That's my second dragon. That's good. That's better. And there's 2 more pink or blue flowers. There we go. It's all down to RNG what they're going to be heavy on. Sometimes they're heavier on one thing more so than on another. And it just varies. Alright, let's 5 merge there. Oh, thank you for the box dragons. Let's see what's in that. Some coins. Do, 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 do. And we'll bring these over this way. Did I have 2 of the? No, I did not. But I can do that. We got 1, 2 grapes. We'll bring those over. Bring these over. 2 more pink flowers. Getting back over here. And yesterday it was 90 here. Right now it's 86. Ooh, but it's supposedly outside it feels like 95. No, thank you. Do, 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 do. Alright, we got some purple orbs that can come up here. I've got a goodly bit of this chewed out a bit. Oh, another chest? Thank you, dragon. Let's see what's in that box. Coins. Alright, we'll bring these over here. Now, if I were doing passive harvesting, I wouldn't want to merge these up, but you guys know me, passive harvesting is not in the, not in my, words. It's just something I can't bring myself to do typically. It's not in my vocabulary. And we'll bring those up there. And we're just going to keep working away at this. All right. Thank you for the pink flower dragon. Bring those up this way. That can come up there. Move that sapling up. Let's lock things down. Let's get a little focus going on here. Oh, thank you for that box, dragon. I'm gonna build a few of those up, I think. Or at least keep harvesting, just steady on. No fuss, no muss. No, you go there. Excuse me, you go here. We'll open that on up after all. Collect off those coins. There we go. Hmm. All right, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, thank you. Another chest. What's in it? More coins. Ooh, another box. Thank you, dragon. Bring that over here and pop it open. Oh, a bunch of blue flowers? Thank you. That's real nice. And we'll merge those up. Merge those up. All right. Do 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 do. So yeah, I'm seriously considering pruning my dragons. I've got almost 10 million dragon power. Do I really need that much? Alright. Hey Kim, how's it going? Happy Friday and good luck with any events you're playing. Do, 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 do. Alright. You need to get back here, dragon. And you need to go over here. Well, that was a slightly clumsiness just because he dropped it before I got done with the merge. That's okay. No big deal. And we'll collect that. Harvest from generators 40 times. Okay, we'll get to that. It's another thing. I'm pushing a little bit more on doing my star quests again, since at least some folks have had their level 50 cap raised. Nice. I need to touch up my hair again sometime too. Seriously, Rock Dragon, you're supposed to be on this one. Well, Da Vinci Dragon's supposed to be over on that one. Thank you for the reminder that I need to order some more hair dye. Excuse me. Alright, let's just unlock this. And come over here and make some more flowers. That's 2 more blue flowers. Get rid of that dimensional jar. You can come over here. And so can you and you. Oh, yes, I will watch that. Which means I'm going to hide the screen, because you don't need to watch it with me. Do, 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 do. All right. There we go. And we're back, and I got that red orb for free. What's in that box? Nice big coin. Okay. And we'll merge those up and these up. Now, if I were only going for 2 harvestable trees, I'd be there. But I'm going to keep going a little bit. Build up some extra orbage. Do, 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 do. And also get some extra trees. Just get some bonus time out of those. I paid for them. I might as well get the most use out of them I can. And I got my dragons to flip-flop. Of course. You go over here, thank you very much. And we'll bring these up here. Gonna move that over so it doesn't get bumped in accidentally. Get back over here, dragons. Come on. Oh, you dropped it off too soon and that got you backwards, huh? Great, thanks for the box. We're gonna check that out. Coins. Ooh, another blue flower. Thank you, dragons. It's another pair of twin flowers. Now, I'm not going to watch the ad for the dimensional jar, though, because that'd be a waste. I want those red orbs. There's 2 of the harvestable trees. Do, 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 do. Just gonna keep on working on these. And I am still debating that gold capsule today. I really like going for the gold capsule because it speeds things up points-wise, and it also gives me a little extra heal early on. So it does quite a bit for me. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. And I got those dragons switched around again. You belong over here. And you belong over there. I know if they allowed me to watch more ads for the red orbs, I'd do that too. Now that they don't crash my game every time I try to use them. Alright, gonna keep on keeping on. Hey, Kima, how you doing? Glad to have you join us today. How you doing? How you doing, Laura? It has been a bit. Yes, yes, it actually, I hem and haw about it sometimes about if I want to go up to the next flower or not. The faster harvest is kind of nice. That's why I say it's not necessary to go as high as I go sometimes. The fives are pretty good. You belong over there, dragon. And you come over here. There we go. Alright, back to that harvesting. Do. My camps on all of these games are such a mess. I have a lot of cleaning that I need to do on them. A lot. You belong over here, and you come over here. I need to bring these together at some point. Ooh, thank you for a box. What's in the box? An orb. Another pink flower. And a coin. There we go. Do 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 do. I should just do a stream sometime where all I'm doing is cleaning up. Again, I've done them before. Doing alright. Been a little extra sleepy, but that's because I screwed up my sleep schedule and had a few days where I just wasn't feeling right. I'm still kind of getting over that, but for the most part, I'm doing good. Oh, another glowing flower. Lovely. And that's two more of the young dragon trees. I'm gonna keep on going though. So there's no rule that says I have to switch over as soon as I've got the trees. Nothing dictates that I have to do that. I feel you there. I feel you there. There's been plenty of stuff that got unmothballed. And other things that ended up mothballed a little bit. Eh. But at the broadest strokes, everything's better than it was. You know, all good. I do miss the chats some nights. But life has been busy, has it not? Do 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 do. I got these dragons swapped around. You're supposed to be over here, and you are supposed to be over here, buddy. Sneaky, sneaky. And the more of these vermilion dragon trees that I have, the smoother the harvesting will be because I could spread it out in a longer run of things. All right. I feel you there. It is always a trial for me to keep a quote unquote proper sleep schedule. I blame it entirely on the fact that I used to think nothing of doing several 20-hour days in a row where it wasn't a partial sleep during a shift. It was just boom, 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 20, 24 hour or even more sometimes, and then crash for a day. I could still pull that off, but it just takes longer to recover. It's definitely one of those things where I'm having a hard time accepting the fact that I'm getting older and I don't recover as easily. I don't think I'll ever fully repair my sleep schedule, but I might prop it up with popsicle sticks and glue. Yeah. We all know I'm just a bit of a robot. I'm kidding, of course. Yeah, I've got to admit I've got problems with that myself, especially since I read a lot on my phone and I like to read when I'm going to sleep. And if I get really into what I'm reading, there is no going to sleep. Uh, Currently, I'm revisiting Anne McCafferty's Tower and Hive series. You guys are doing alright. I haven't really had much time to hang out with them either. I've been bad Zuki and not giving myself much free time. Alright, another box. Nice. Yeah, the last time there was a new Jim Butcher Dresden novel, I got it in hardcover. And yeah, I remember having a 4 a.m. moment. Well, 5 a.m. moment. And then wondering what day it was. He's doing good. He's doing good. He has been very into a game called Satisfactory. That's some factory sim game, which is a change from him being all about playing Monster Hunter. I just can't get into Monster Hunter. Sadly, with that one, I think I've tried too much to want to like it to where for so many years that I need to just give the notion of that one up. Hey, that's a vast improvement there. Yeah, I'm glad you're getting a little more sleep or at least a earlier start on it. You got this, girl. You got this, girlfriend. And I've got these dragons switched around again. And there we go again. You're coming over here. Thank you. There we go. Yes, I am getting the option for the silver capsules and for the dimensional jars for ads. So, with the dimensional jars for ads, the thing to bear in mind is they won't offer you anything that's over 100 gems value, is what I've figured it to be. So the red orbs just barely meet that criteria in events. They are smack on the nose for that 100. No, no, no. You go there. You go there. And we'll bring these over. It's 2 more vermilion trees. And now you go here. Alright, come on, dimensional jars. Alright. Gonna watch that. Gonna hide the screen. You don't need to watch whatever it's showing me. Do, 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 do. Mm-hmm. Of course, that's not taught in class because, well, they've got to be responsible, right? There's air quotes on that. No, I'm not going to download that. It can go away. Alright, we're back in the game again. So there's a red one. And 5 merge those. And of course, there's no dimensional jar on ones that cost 290 gems. Or there's dimensional jars for them, but no add on them. So I'll just bring that up there, that over there. And we're going to keep on grinding for a bit. One of these times I might just have to break on through to the other side where I just stay up and keep forcing myself to stay up until I line up with what a quote-unquote decent time to go to bed is. But that's definitely something that would stress my body. But it would definitely help me reset things. That's how I used to do it. Worked in the past, you know. Probably shouldn't knock it. It works, right? Dragons, you're switched around again. The only thing is that it really does not help when it trickles over on top of a stream day. Here's a couple more of those. Let's unlock this and check on my sprouts over here. Woo! There's a 5. There's a 5. Oh no. No, 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 no. Not gonna give it up for that. Alright, we're gonna merge these. And bring that up here. And we'll merge those. Get back over here, dragons. Bring these up here. Get the dragons back over there. Just gonna do that, and that's another glowing. Another pink flower, thank you, dragon. Do, 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 do. Bring that over here. No, you don't need to be up on that. Two more pink flowers. Get rid of that dimensional jar. Alright, let's see. Bring those up here. Yes. Oh dear, what a mess, huh? Yeah, they get up to no good, don't they? And yeah, Yeah, sometimes it is worth doing that flip over like that. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that you guys didn't get to meet up while you were out there. You know, I have not tried Act 2 since running into an occasion where it didn't give me the Act 1 on the newbie account. I haven't really done much on the newbie account since hitting my goals on it either. I do need to finish compiling things to make the um, condensed version where I've got all the footage of what went into the almost month of the goals that I gave it. Six. There's a 5. There's a 5. Yeah, exactly. It'll happen. It'll happen when it happens. Alright, I'll merge those. Merge those. Merge these. Bring that little stone down here too. There you go. Another box. Thank you, Dragon. Now, get down here. There we go. What's in that box? Coins and orbs. Act 2 is really just an act of desperation in some ways for him to try to grab more money. The only way that you ever get that I can see doing the Act 2 is to just get to where you have the point harvesters and grind out the points. There is no way I would try to do that whole heal for those maps. They just want too much. And I kind of like having a little bit of my weekend. So they missed the mark with me for a target audience on that. Ooh, another box. Thank you, Dragon. More coins. You know what? I've got enough trees. I've got enough trees. It's time to switch over. Another young glowing tree. Okay. Anyway. Couple more pink flowers. I'll keep the prism flowers in case I decide I need them. But they're coming all the way over here. Put a tree there, put a tree there. These will come over this way a little bit because I want a tree there. Okay. Do 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 do. Alright, so now just to grind out some more logs. Alright, have fun. Hope it turns out well. Exactly. It's gems that I've earned that I use. And yes, Act 2 is an extension of the events. It's basically rinsed what we've done, and then it's a harder version. Increased heal points. There's the healing goddesses up in the far top area. Instead of the twin flowers, it wants the brilliant flowers for harvests and stuff like that. Yes, I miss a black hole when I'm on any of the Gram Games games. I miss that. That is one of the better things about competitor games. So Act 2, you're essentially playing the event again with the difficulty bar raised, in that more points, not more points needed to get the rewards, but more points for healing for each square, which means more life orbs of heaven will be needed overall. And it's just an even bigger grind. And it's essentially the same rewards but a second set of them. So to me, it's not worth the extra effort. Yeah, it's just a grind. Oh, it would be nice if they would add the non-automatic, being able to turn off the automatic merges. It would be so nice. Exactly. They need some quality of life improvements. I mean, they've always needed some quality of life improvements, but they definitely need some for that to be worthwhile. I can see doing it once, maybe twice, as a novelty, but there is no way that I would do Act 2 on a regular basis. Not a chance. It's just grueling. And it's still within the same time frame that we get for the base event. With as often as they do events, and as much as we've complained that it's too much to begin with, no. They missed the mark with me, at least. I mean, I know there's some people that enjoy it, and that's cool. I'll tell you what, my first encounter with it was on a new player account that I was making a new player guide on, and it screwed up my chances for doing a post-event coin farm. I was not too thrilled by that, because you can't go back to your Act 1 either. Once you're in the Act 2, you're stuck. You can't go back to what you had before. So you can't stick your nose into it and go, now I'd rather coin farm. I agree. Yeah, you don't want to stick your nose into the Act 2 and then think that you're going to go back to your Act 1 map and get anything useful out of that, because it won't happen. It's right in the description of it that it won't let you do that. I had got the bad taste in my mouth because I had encountered a bug with mine where I had done the Act 2 on one weekend, or midweek, and then when it switched over for the weekend one, it didn't even give me the Act 1, which is not how it's supposed to behave. But I let support know about it, and they're like, oh, that's how it's supposed to act. No, it's not. That is exactly how it's not supposed to behave. As in, I didn't get the Act 1 at all. But yeah. I'm sure they didn't like me telling them that their reading comprehension could use some work. Uh-huh, exactly. Lately, out of the merge games, Merge Adventure and Merge Dragons are the top two for me. Or did I say Dragon and Elves? Yeah. Dragon and Elves and Merge Adventure. They're the top two. It's been that way for a long time now. Thank you for the reminder for folks to mash the like button. Have fun in Eorzea. The creature they had for the Atlantis event and Merge Adventure, so cute. So cute. Merge Magic did get me last weekend. They have a new owl creature there. I could not resist. Although I did not stream it. I did do the event because I had to have it. It was very last minute when I got to it though, so yeah. I ground that one out at an oddball hour. And essentially took no prisoners with how fast I did it. It was full focus right down to the wire. And let's keep on going here. And that's 2 more 2s. And all right. Do, 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 do. That's 2 more 2s. 2 more 3s. All right, almost time to go check on those sprouts over there. I'm getting a whole herd of them. All right, let's go check that out. Let's bring some of these over here. Get rid of these mushrooms. All right. And that's a 5 merge of 3s. There's my first 2 5s. Eight. And there's 2 more of those. Get rid of that. All right. And that's 2 more of the 3s. Get rid of that mushroom. All right. All right, there we go. Let's keep on going. I'm gonna make at least 2 ruins of the Sky Palace. And that's 2 more level 4s. Do, 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 do. Alright, I'll bring these over. And that one over. Grab that one. Nice, a natural 3-stack. We'll take it. And that makes 2 more 3s. Get rid of those mushrooms. Do, 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 do. Get rid of these mushrooms as well. And we keep on going. Do, 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 do. Get rid of that mushroom. I've merged those and those. Well, that's a lag there. Anyways, there's 2 more cabins. Tap those on out. 2 more 2s. And we'll keep on harvesting. All right. Well, that's a couple of cabins going away. Bring these over and get rid of these mushrooms. Merge those up. And that's 2 more level 5s. Sometimes I wonder if I shouldn't just sit here and just harvest off the bushes. That'd be something, wouldn't it? Just sit here and harvest bushes. Because, you know, they can give flowers off of those. Can you imagine if I made a mushroom wonder in an event? Would it even let me? Or would they just start turning into coins and flowers instead of mushrooms? I wonder. But that is a wonder for another day. Not today. It is a question for different times. Wouldn't it though? It might be fun to give it a try sometime. Curious minds. Curious, curious, curious. Exactly. Too many things to do that are fun in the sun. Definitely. Definitely a not today. It's those sorts of oddball curiosities that keep me engaged in the game. The thrill of discovery. Alright, so those are 3s. I need 1 more level 5. So 3 more level 4s. It could be interesting. It could be interesting. Yeah, the curiosity is what gets me into trouble too. That's how I ended up doing the Hills method a few times. And Hills method doesn't really work out in Merge Adventure, by the way. Yeah, that was fun. It was definitely a diversion. But the rush rewards make it less, it just gives it less of an appeal, because the rush rewards make it so everybody wants to finish fast now. Well, maybe not everybody, but most people want to finish and get the legendary if they can. And the whole point of the Hills version is having the option for bricks as well as the option for coins for the post event. And it works because they're in the shop for a relatively decent price. Doesn't work out so much for Merge Adventure though. Their hills are a little too expensive. And it just doesn't seem to, it doesn't feel as comfy. Oh, a nice natural 3 stack. All right, we'll take that. All right. Let's unlock this and come on over here. All right, let's make our first 2 ruins and hope for the best. There we go. There was a nest. 2 nests, 3 nests. Okay. All right. Making out like bandits on that today. Now, where is that nest key? All the way down in that bottom corner. Zoomers. They can go away. I don't really care for zoomers. And that will be a trophy dragon. Get rid of the rock dragon. All right. crimson. Get 2 of these spotted, so we're going to get rid of that egg. We've got 3 grass eggs. That's a harvester. Alright, and keep the green dragon egg. Harvester and a harvester. Alright. We are really cooking today. Alright, let's get rid of these so I don't have any more mess. Get rid of the trees. Take a quick trip out to the world map to save my dragons. That was definitely a bumper crop there. Very pleased with that. Get rid of the cabins before they spit out any more bushes. And we'll merge those eggs as well just to see. Another harvester. Excellent. Okay. Bring these up here. Oh. Oh yes, we will keep this because, well, this could be an interesting one. That's a coin method there. Alright. Definitely gonna need more twin flowers with this number of dragons. No ifs, no ands, and no buts about it. Four flowers is just not gonna be enough. Alright, let's lock it in. Get focused. Alright, time to harvest, harvest, and harvest. And I am just tripping over these dragons. There's so many of them. Now, I am going to try to run my heels up the right-hand side, I think. but I'm going to double check where the star key is and possibly try to use it as a remote launch point. Since that was healed out on some maps. Whatever I get, at least I'll have a chance to increase the number of twin flowers I have, which will benefit me greatly, because it'll make it easier to keep all these little hands busy and full. Need to move some of this stuff, which will cause merges, which is good. Gonna be careful though. Do, 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 do. Alright, we're gonna advance that quest and merge these up. All right. We're gonna hide this because you guys don't need to watch it while I'm getting the free thing from watching an ad. All right. Reward granted. Good things. Let's get over here to the game again. How many times do I have to tap to get out of the ad? Wow. Okay. Do I get to watch one for this one too? Yes, I do. Excellent. Okay, we're gonna hide this again. Do 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 do. We're just watching an ad to get a free red orb. Takes nowhere near as much time as it does to make the orb. So it's worth it to me to get something for free. Now this is as high as you can go on the orbs and on the ones that are from in the event map like this. I would rather get the orbs than get more flowers overall. It's generally just better to go with the orb for the red orb. Alright. It's counting down. And it's letting us back in. Alright. There we go. We're back from that. Well, that'll probably be the last one I'm able to get this way. Because there tends to be like a limit of about 4. And I kind of want to make Heavens to launch, but it'll be faster if I launch something before that and get more flowers so that I don't have dragons just being idle. I'm trying to talk myself around to launching the souls, is what I'm getting at here. Or maybe not even a souls. Alright, let's do that. Yep, no more ads on these dimensional jars. That's a shame. Alright, let's fill it up. We're aiming for a pair of souls. Alrighty. Alright, let's merge these up. Alright. Awesome! Congrats on getting 2 nests. Alright, we're gonna move that over. That. Merge those. And these. Alright. Bring this over here too. These are just coming right along here. Okay. Well, let's lock it down. Yeah, I know. That's the most frustrating thing, going from Dragon and Elves or Merge Adventure into Merge Dragons or Merge Magic, and having the overlaps not being a thing. It just, oh, I always miss having the require overlap when I come out of one of those other games. Right up there with the magnet. Mm-hmm. Typically, when I'm gonna do Merge Magic or Merge Dragons for a stream, if I've been playing one of the games that has a magnet, I'll basically what I'll do is I'll start playing Merge Dragons or Merge Magic maybe an hour before I start the event so that my mind gets a chance to kick over. All right. I do think that Merge Dragons probably does have the biggest audience still. I think Merge Magic is quietly just fading into the distance. It's fading away, really. I don't know if you've seen their Reddit lately. It's just quiet as a grave. But the one for Merge Dragons and the other communities for Merge Dragons still have a pretty booming population. I I do think that Dragon and Elves is probably a very close competitor, and Merge Gardens probably even more so. Although I haven't dug into Merge Gardens, and I really haven't done anything with Midas Merge other than when I noticed it when it was up as a um, early access. I really should have got into that when it was brand new, but I didn't. Yeah, the sister game, Merge Magic, is definitely a redheaded stepchild, as it were, not just in terms of their updates and well, they still it's been over it's been over 2 years since they got new levels in Merge Magic. Probably closer to 3 years. Oh wow. Yeah, I played a little bit of Merge Garden years and years back and it just didn't do it for me. But I see being very popular now with other people, it just, it didn't hit the spot for me. And there's other ones that I kind of want to get back into, but I just haven't dug deep into recently. Like, the Merge Witches game. Really isn't bad. But it's turning very money grubby. More so than it had ever been. In like the last year, apparently. Yeah, and that's the thing that bugs me is how chance dependent they can be. Mm-hmm. If I want story, I'm gonna play Final Fantasy 14. Or even go back to EverQuest 2, but I don't see myself doing that. The speed on their characters is so whack compared to what I'm used to. That, yeah. And so much has changed from when I used to play that one. I don't think I could go back to it. Alright. Which Final Fantasy? Because each Final Fantasy version is a game of its own. And 14, as well as I believe 11, are MMOs, and they're online ones, so they get expansions. Okay. The one that I play is going to have another update with extension to the story in early August. And I really should get back on playing that on stream on one of my characters, because I've got her still, the one that I do the story on, is still over a full expansion behind right now. She's in the beginning of the end of Endwalker, and would have all of the post stuff for that, and then a whole new expansion of the current one would be in what I still have to do on her. Meanwhile, I've got multiple characters that are passing her by. Sorry, I'm just kind of gibbering too. So, okay, let's take this down to a nutshell. Final Fantasy 14, the base of it is called A Realm Reborn, because the game had been shut down in its very early days because it didn't function very well. And then it came back after they had reworked it. So it was reborn. And then after the overarching story for that ends, they open up a new story that gets woven into the original story a little bit. So it continues it on. And in and of itself, that expansion is almost like a game of its own. But it's still the same base game, still the same mechanics and everything. It expands on it, expounds on it, grows it. And that one's called Heavensward. And then they have another expansion after that, that again, when you buy it to expand the game, it is a whole nother set of game, basically. If it were a standalone game, it'd be its own game. But the same mechanics, the same everything. Just raises the level cap, extends the story, expands on it, goes and explores new lands and everything. So they've done that for Stormblood, for Shadowbringers, for Endwalker, and now for Dawntrail, in addition to the Heavensward that they started out with for the first expansion. There you go. It might be 14 that you're playing. I know I've been playing Final Fantasy 14 since 2013. Yeah, so it's probably the same one that you're playing that I've been playing. Now, the big question would be, what world are you on? And have you ever met a disaster? Spelled like that. That's the last name for a bunch of our characters. There's a few of us that play on North America that's the surname that they have. Okay. You would probably recognize them more so if you ran into some of the Lalafell ones, which would be my roommates. I did have a Lalafell one, but I just couldn't hack it. Not for long. So I ended up turning her into a Femro, just like I do with my main. Okay. Yeah, find out what server you're on, or what data center and server, and let me know sometime. Because maybe we can meet up in game. I really should just stream just goofing around with 14. Not just story stuff, but just outright playing it. Alright, cool. That'd be good. I've got characters all over the place, so I can pretty much play on any data center at this point, other than the Korean and Chinese ones. That's cool. Oh man, I wonder if Grim still plays that. I know somebody that used to be really into it. I don't know if he still is or not. Haven't talked to him in an age, actually. Alright, let's keep grinding out these. Actually, I'm gonna fill it up, and I'm gonna launch one of those souls. There you go. Yep. Yep, yep. Hmm. Alright, it's filling up here slowly but surely. Alright. Like I was saying, I want to. Oh, wait. Before this gets carried away, we're gonna merge these off. Don't need to waste that heal. Since it had kind of healed its way up there, might as well make use of it, right? Alright. Alright, it should be getting there pretty soon. Oh yeah, pretty soon here. There we go, they're bubbling up. Where is that star key? Huh. Oh, there it is. Yep. Alright, let's bring a souls up there. It's way up here. That's a good place for it to be. I'll launch that off and hope that it heals out a little something for me. Alright. It's a little something. Bring this up. That up. And we'll bring a couple of these up. All right. Bring these back down here. So that's a nice little break in up here. I like that. Now, that's not going to get me all of the brambles, obviously. Because there's really not that many there. That didn't hardly make a dink in it. But definitely didn't put a dent in the bramble harvest. And that's okay. I'll open that box up anyway. Bring that over. There's 2 more giants. Hmm. Alright. Now back to the grinding of orbs. And we'll just grind these out. Gonna aim for that gold capsule up at the top. And maybe the stars, stuff that's up there, up in that top right. That's what I'm aiming for right now. So just grinding out orbs. Good to do. Alright, let's get a merge in here. Yeah, let's get a merge in here. Merge those up. Grab one of these, bring it down. There's a bramble. Yeah, we'll look at that in a bit. Anyways, back to the harvesting first thing. Do 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 do. They're just coming along here. Alright, let's merge before it gets too out of hand. As there is such a thing as having too many and it getting a little backed up and trapped in itself. There's a limit to how much the chained merges they can count. Just programming issues, you know. Programming restrictions, I should say. And mass merges can confuse them, just like they would anybody. Right? That gold capsule is seriously tempting. I'm gonna grind out orbs and hopefully get it in my next launch. Get that freebie. Alright, let's merge it on up. That's a big merge. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. Bring one of these down, and that's a 5, and a 10, and a 5. Back to harvesting time. Alright, here we go. Let's merge it again now. Beautiful. Okay. Okay, that's not letting me grab that. Weird. Or I'll call that the 5. Alright, back to grinding them out. Going to make short work of it. I mean, it does take time, but it's steady on here. It'll be short work of it, really. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Merging that on up now. And that's a 10. With this little 5 over here. 5 and 5. And make that a 5. That's 2 more of those giants. 2 souls. Get rid of that. So I've got 1 heaven's worth now. But we're going to go for 2 because waste not, want not. Making a 5 merge will save me in the long run. Nice. Do, 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 do. Just grinding these out. And they're coming along nice and quick. I'm going to call it time for another merge. Might as well. Let's get these in here. And that went all the way down to 3 of those. Ugh. Could have wished for it not to have done that, but still a nice merge. Alright, ooh, I've got it full and started to over-harvest. Tunnel vision. Okay. Bring those up here. Let's get these out of their bubbles before anything else. I didn't get too far gone with the over-harvesting, at least. That's a relief. Alright, back to it. Grinding them out. Alright. So making my way through this. Definitely looking forward to when I have 2 heavens to launch. Alright, let's see. I don't have it as full, but I'm gonna merge anyway. 6, 7, and 8. Alright, back to it. Oh, and the duck has made a puddle. We're just gonna get rid of that. Gonna need to clean up those sprouts before long, too. Alright, and merge. That's a big ol' merge. Okay, so that's a 9, and that's a 10 there, which makes that a 5, which is a 5 merge to giants. And that's a 10, and that's a 5. All right. Back to harvesting again. So I've got 4 of those biggie blues. All right, time to merge. I'll just use that and bring those down. And that's a 10 there. Coming right along. Do, 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 do. All right. Making some pretty rapid progress here. Alright, let's merge it on in. Getting there. Alright, back to that harvesting. Nice and steady. Alright, let's merge it up. Merge it down. If I merge there and there, get rid of that. Bring those on over. Bring that up here. Just keeping it up. Alright. Let's merge it up since I started bubbling it up. Right. Bring those up there. And get them going again. There must be a bottleneck by now over on the right-hand side by those trees. Oh, ouch. Yep, that'll do it. That'll definitely do it. They certainly like to be helpful Hannahs, don't they? Alright, that's 9, 10. Certainly can be a helpful handful. Ooh, I did have a backup up there. Alright. That's a 5. And that'll be a 5. Which makes that a 10. Which makes a 10 there, or a 5 there, and a 5 there. We'll bring one of these down for a 5 here, and that's 2 more of these. Plus this one. And it's 2 more souls. Alright, let's fill it in. Exactly. Yep. Now, if you'd still had your finger on it and it hadn't merged, but you couldn't get it where you wanted to, you might have been able to keep your finger on it and went out to the world map. And it would have bubbled rather than merging. That might have saved you, but it's one of those Hail Mary moves right there. If you're trying to save something and it wasn't intentionally done. And I don't know if I would have thought of it in the spur of the moment like that either. Alright, that should be everybody's little fists all full now down here. Oh. Oh, that was a thing of grace that she did, yeah. Okay. So, we're going to get rid of that dimensional jar so that I can bring that one in without disturbing the everything. They're all gonna wander around with that stuff, and I'm gonna take that soul, or that heavens, all the way up here and launch it with the hopes that it goes up and right. I don't care about that. Go away. Oh, I got the capsule. Excellent. I got the capsule. I'm gonna bubble the 2x1, bubble the 2x2. 2x2 comes down. 2x1 comes down. I'm gonna bring this up here as well. Gold capsule comes down, open that up. And that's the 2x2 bubble, or 2x1 bubbled. Get stuff out of these bubbles. Oops, they're all filled up now. Okay. Do, 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 do. We're going to launch this heavens as well and see about getting that star, which I did. Got the nest that I don't need anymore. We'll open up that star key. Wonderful. And there's a long and along there. Elongated one there. Okay. Rounded one over here. I'm gonna bring that over there. Let's see. All right, let's keep on going. Let's keep on harvesting these. And merging flowers up, because why not? I'll at least get one more star worth of goodies. So these are 4s, these are 5s. And these are 2s. I need 3s. Oh, we get that taken care of. I'll bring this up here. 5 merge there. And we'll merge those. And that's 2 souls. Bring these up. Five merge there, and that's 2 more 8s. Or first 2 8s, I should say. Those were 6s that I was thinking were 8s down there. All right. Do, 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 do. That's progress, though. Definitely. Definitely, definitely. Let's see what's in that. Bring these 5s over. Bring those 6s over here. All right. Merge those up and open up this key. think we can stop farming sprouts. Or at least I can. I think I've got all of those that I'm going to want or need. And that's 2 glowings. And that's another twin flower. Bring this down here. All right, let's see. Merge those up, and that's another 2. I need another 2. Okay. Bring that box on over here. That makes me happy with that. And there's those. That's 2 more of the pallets. Get rid of those. Okay, I'd kind of like to get to that because I believe that vase is the same one. All right. Although, heck with it. I think I've got everything down to about what I need. Scatter some of these out. Bring this one over here too. I didn't grab the dragon, I grabbed a thing behind it. Thank you. I'll have some tidying up to do once I get there. Do, 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 do. Let's tidy some of this up. That's a 10. That's a 5. Gotta be more careful than that, don't I? Many hands making light work of it. Excuse me. There we go. And we'll bring these on up. No, not a coin. That duck is just dropping money everywhere. And we'll 5 merge those. Bring those brushes over. Bring this over. Hey, there's a hill if I decided to do hills version. Okay. Oh, elbow's starting to hurt. I'll 5 merge those. Bring those 6s over and 5 merge there. They're just wandering off with stuff. But they're trying to make stuff match, so can I really blame them? They're trying to do helpful things. Bring palette up here. And this other one up. Man, I miss double collect. Don't you guys? Do 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 do. And there's those. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Do, 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 do. Crank some harvests out. And then do some more cleanup. Can't hurt to have them also harvesting off the infinite harvesters. Gets me that much closer to the finish line, that much faster. And that one had some grabby hands with that merge. Alright, let's 5 merge there, and there, and there. And that works on a star quest as well. 2, 4, 5. That's 2 more of the 7s. 2 more 8s. 1 more 8 will do it. That's 2 more 6s. Get that out of there. Alright. And that 5 merge for a couple more of the brushes. Yeah, there's 2 more brushes, which makes a 5 merge to 2 more palettes. That's a star quest done. And the event complete a star quest. Eef. Why couldn't that have been up sooner? Like when there was a chance of me wanting to finish a star quest. Alright. And there's 2 more of those. Bring these spatulas together. Alright. Alright, and that's 2 7s. I need 1 more 7. Hey, I did complete a star quest for the event. Oh. Create tiny life orbs. 3 of them. Okay. Well. That should take care of that one. And we'll do that. Those over and keep harvesting there. And that's a 5. That's a 5. And one of these up. That's a 5. Get anything out of that. Okay. Merge those and these. Tap those cannons and get the parts out of those. Thought I had another star that fell. No, it was that one. Okay. We'll just keep on harvesting here. Oh, a 2x1. Nice. Bring those down. Merge those up. Merge the brushes. Merge the palettes. So if I merge these, that'll give me another 7. That'll give me another 8. And that will give me 2 9s. So we'll collect those. And that is the event all done. Alright, so I've got all my rewards. I'm going to wish you all good luck. Thanks for hanging out with me. Good luck with your events. And have a great rest of the weekend. Love you loads. Stay awesome. And bye for now.